I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our Coffee County Commissioner meeting here this morning. Our chairman, Mr. Hugoton, is not with us this morning. If something comes up to where he needs to join in, we should be able to contact him by telephone. First order of business this morning is to approve our minutes from our last meeting on Monday, July the 12th. Entertain a motion to approval.
I'll make that motion.
Tim has moved.
I'll second.
Jesse is second. Any discussion on the call? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0. We don't have anything specifically under the consent agenda. Miscellaneous motions, we were given one prior to the meeting, and this was moved to authorize and direct the chairman to sign a Coffee County payroll notice for Martin Smith, Coffee County Lake Patrol Attendant, new hire, pay grade 10-1, wage $12.95, effective July the 12th, 2021.
I'll move, Chairman.
And Jesse has moved.
I'll second.
Tim is second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0. That brings us to our time slot for our zoning and subdivision administrator. Can we start 2 or 3 minutes early on that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so we got a couple minutes to set tight then, okay?
Can't set it out.
Okay, got, come on, or go. Okay. It is 9:05. I will move to enter into a public hearing to hear case number SU 2021-3 at 9:05. Entertain a second.
Second.
Jesse is second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0. I call agenda item 2, which is a consideration for case SU 2021-03. This is an application for the establishment of a privately owned seasonal recreational area and family resort, which may include arrangements for a related residential dwelling site for multiple families, which the Crooked Creek Bottoms LLC would own and operate once a special use is approved as a special use in the A2 Agriculture Transition District. Disqualification declared and a quorum determined. Before we proceed with the consideration of this case, I'll ask governing body members if any of them intend to disqualify themselves from participating in this discussion because they or their relatives own property in the official notification area and they have a conflict of interest or a particular bias in this matter. Anybody declare themselves disqualified? I declare that we have a quorum of 4 present for the consideration of this case. Has the county clerk received any protest petitions on this case?
I'm not.
Okay. If I skip something, I correct. I ask the governing body members if they have all received copies of the unapproved minutes of the planning board meeting for June 30, 2021, which summarizes the public hearing on the case. Everybody's received.
Yeah, I put the minutes as a correspondence, so they're in there, but not individual copies. I can go make copies.
I'm sorry.
I can go make copies, but I put the minutes as a correspondence.
Andrea, it's actually in the booklet I handed out,
Okay.
so
They got-
they do have copies.
They got copies.
I did cover that one.
Have determined the members have received the minutes of the planning board meeting, we will proceed with the case. The governing body will first hear from the zoning administrator. Then the applicant and members of the public will be asked if there is any new information on this case. Commission members may choose to ask questions of the zoning administrator, the applicant, county staff, and the public. At this time, I call on our zoning administrator, Heidi Harris, to provide us with a report on the case and the recommendations of the planning board for the special use report.
So I'm gonna jump to.
I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little.
I'm gonna jump to the zoning administrators tab in the booklet I handed you guys. I'm gonna read you some information from there and then we'll work through the book. So it's special use 2021-03. The applicant is Anthony Hartness and Alexis Hartness, landowners. That's his mailing address. The agent would be Anthony Hartness for Crooked Creek Bottoms LLC, same address. The request is per zoning regulations, section 4-101B14, which is a privately owned seasonal, temporary, or permanent parks and recreational areas, such as youth camp, adult and family retreat areas, gun club, archery range, rodeo, musical festival, hunting preserve, paintball game area, or resort, which may include arrangements for a related dwelling site. The case history is listed there for the application and legal descriptions filed May 26, 2016. The official notice was published and notice to the property owners were sent out on June 3rd, 2021. The location is 1925 Fifth Road, Leroy, Kansas. It's a 5-acre site. And during the hearing, as you saw above with the request, that had a lot in it, so we condensed it down to the proposed use here listed at the bottom. The proposed use for the application is the following special use only from section 4-10B14, page 4-3. So it's a privately owned seasonal recreational area and family resort, which may include arrangements for related dwelling site for multiple families, which the Crooked Creek Bottoms LLC would own and operate once the special use is approved. Then back behind it is going to be the ag use map that was presented at the meeting, which the adjacent land on zoning on the next page shows that. Then you get to the background information at the bottom. Then the factors and findings that the board had approved for this case. And then the planning board placed 2 conditions on it with their approval. The applicants will follow the recommendation of the sanitation officer for all requirements according to the Talcott County Sanitation Code. And then 2, when the property is no longer used or owned by a family and electric partners and/or Crooked Creek Bottoms LLC for a multiple family recreational and retreat area, the special use will be null and void after 90 days, and any further use will have to meet the current zoning regulations. And then in the correspondence, it has the pictures of the site that were taken on June 30th, the day of the hearing. Then Maryland's report in here. It talks about they had another permit that was applied for this 5-acre tract last year, and that for this current special use, the facility will be ready to be permitted once the approved zoning permit is issued and a copy of the zoning permit is received by Maryland. So that would be the sanitation requirement. Then the people that contacted me, then you get to the notices, and then you get to the maps, which has the contour map, the area notification map, the list provided by the applicant, and then showing receipt back of most of them. And the last page has the applications that they filed along with their deed for the proper 5-acre tract. And that would be all I have for you guys.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Heidi. Are there any questions for the zoning administrator from the governing body members? Any questions? Are there any written communications or petitions from the public? Have you received anything at all, Angie? I know we got a couple gentlemen here that I'm far enough away, I can't see very good, but I don't think I know, but, so the applicant's probably here. Does the applicant wish to present any new information?
No, sir.
Okay, so we appreciate you being here and being a part of this. Are there any questions to the applicant from the governing body members? The only question I might have, because I got a hold of this on Thursday and had a little time to look at it over the weekend. Your proposed multi-family units, are you looking at new structures or just weekend events with family members being there?
So, yes, that's,
It's primarily weekend structure or weekend
yes.
events.
So I'm Anthony Hartness.
Okay, would you mind coming up here,
No.
Anthony, or both of you?
Okay.
Introduce yourselves, and we've got our names in front of us, so
Okay.
welcome to the hearing. So,
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Anthony Hartness. My wife and I currently own the 5-acre tract, and there is a house with a addition built on it.
it's a very nice house. I drove by and looked at it
Yeah,
pretty hard the
Thank
other
you,
day.
thank you. My wife and I are working on painting. She's a better painter than me, so I'm at her mercy. But anyway, we would like to sell the 5-acre tract and the house to the LLC that he and I own 50-50
Together.
shares together.
Okay.
And so because we are not related or the same family, it puts us into the multiple family
Okay.
side of the, I guess, the regulations. Therefore, we're trying to get approval to be able to own that 5-acre tract and the home. We use it for mostly weekends, not every weekend, but when we're out there working, we're out there last night checking on our corn to see if it drowned out again. And so we use it for a place to sleep when we're out, on the property.
And your name is?
Marshall Murphy.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for these two gentlemen? First of all, we appreciate you selecting a site here in Coffee County, and it's next to Leroy, and that's been my hometown all my life, so.
Yeah, we love the community.
No other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Under public comments, does anybody from the public wish to respond to the applicant's information or provide new information on this case, not otherwise presented to the planning board's public hearing, that should be brought to the attention of the governing body? And I don't see anybody else here. Applicant's final response. Does the applicant have any further responses to the public comments or any closing remarks? Of course, we didn't have any public comments. Any closing remarks at all?
No, sir.
Okay. You know, first of all, I want to thank you for the information. Once again, we go back. Any commissioner questions? Just continue ahead. Board of County Commissioner deliberation. Assuming the governing body has received all the information they need on this case, I will outline the choices provided under the state statutes for the governing body action, KSA 12-757C. And we've got 6 separate cases. Action. So I need to read just to highlight all 6 of them.
That would be up to the rest of the board if they want.
We've done that at times, there's times we haven't.
I'll just eliminate us doing all that. I will move to adopt the finding factors and recommendation of the planning board on case number SU 2021-03.
And approve the resolution number 873.
Yes.
Okay, we got a move, we got a motion, we got a second by Jesse. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0. Closing remarks. For approval, persons aggrieved by the final decision of the governing body on this matter have 30 days after the effect resolution, I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry. Resolution is published within which to appeal to district court for disapproval.
I have to read that one.
I'm sorry?
You don't read that one?
Okay.
Since you guys approved it.
Okay. We want to thank all of you for participating in the discussion of this case, and you are welcome to stay for the remainder of our meeting. I move to close the public hearing at 9:18. Entertain a second.
Second.
Any other discussion to bring before the board? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0. I call for agenda item number 3.
I notified Bobby, he should be coming.
I'm sorry?
I notified Bobby, he should be coming.
Okay.
Do you want?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
As you can tell, we got a procedure we got to follow. So,
Understand.
It don't happen too often, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I know it's what we're looking to say.
All right.
Just so I can get it a little bit quicker.
I could try to do that. I could try to do that.
Bob, there's these 2 resolutions. That's the one you give me the other day.
Okay.
There's one again.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
Heidi, for all you done. Kenzie, thanks for giving me the starting and the ending of it, so I could kind of proceed through it without being too offline. Next on our program is 9:25. We're running just a little bit ahead of schedule, which with everything we got going, it'd sure be great if we could stay on our schedule today. Are you ready, Bobby?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, on our schedule, Economic Development Director Bobby Skippers. I'll let you proceed with what you're requesting, Bobby.
Yes, sir. There's an announcement for new business. I was going to give 2 minutes to. They are to appear just to say hello to the commissioners and introduce themselves. They are just a few minutes behind. The main portion of my request here at this section was for an executive session to discuss land acquisition. I'm going to text Wade, so he may meet us in executive session. I expect it to last 15 minutes.
Is the purpose only for land acquisition? Is that adequate for you, Angie? Okay. Entertain a motion to move into executive session for 15 minutes.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Tim is second. Jesse. Tim has moved. Jesse is second. Any questions? And this will include the board, you, and Wade.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0. Is Wade's going to be available?
I'll text him right now. He said he would.
If he's available, we'll start it. Let's make it 9:26.
Yes, sir.
Give an extra minute.
Here you want this book? Okay, there you like that.
Yes.
Okay.
I was gonna say, well, we should do, new business.
Yeah, we haven't, it's not Monday, it's not.
Bobby, are you on another executive session now?
No, sir, I was just gonna introduce them and then get out of your hair.
Okay, because we got 10 minutes before we have an official break.
Yes, sir.
We are back, so. Bobby, got some introductions to do for us?
Yes, sir. Guys, if y'all want to go on up. This is, I'd like to introduce to the commission, Mr. Brandon Newton and his fiancee, Ms. Desiree. And they met with me last week and they intend to open a business here, a nutritional beverage shop. And they do a lot of other stuff. I'm gonna let them, he's actually a hometown guy. I don't know if y'all know him, but once he introduces himself, I think y'all will identify. Go ahead.
Welcome and come on up.
So yeah, my name is Brandon Newton.
Brandon?
Brandon, yeah, Brandon Newton. This is my fiance Desiree Ma. We are looking to open a healthy nutrition and energizing tea shop here in Burlington. So we own we have about 7 clubs now. So all throughout the El Dorado, Augusta, Eureka, Kansas City, Owasso, Oklahoma. Am I missing one? Fredonia, Neota Shack. So we have those stores open now. So that's what we're trying to bring that same feel here to Burlington. So what Bobby was saying about hometown kid, I actually grew up in Colony, Kansas. So if any of you guys are familiar with Colony, I don't know who is, but a small town, about 400 people. I graduated with 12 people in my class.
You say Colony?
Colony, yeah.
Crest
Yes, yeah, that's where I graduated from. So,
Crest Lancers, we played them in football and basketball and track.
Now you do?
For 4 years, yeah, still do.
Oh.
Not every year in football, but every year in basketball.
So when I was in high school, you guys were 3A, I think, 3 or 4A.
Burlington would have been 4A, but I'm from Leroy.
Okay, yeah.
I'm a Blue Jay.
Yeah. So you know all the cracks and everybody like that. Okay, gotcha.
I went to Jay Hartland.
Okay, yeah. So you know Bill Johnson then?
Quite well.
Yeah, that's my best friend's dad. So Connie and Bill, yeah. So,
You may be doing too much. You may be
Right.
doing too much discovery.
So when Bobby says hometown kid, this is where I spent most of my summers and my weekends. So Corey Smith, Rick and Wendy Smith. I don't know if you guys know them. Rick is my dentist, and then Wendy worked for the school for a number of years. So she just retired maybe 2 or 3 years ago, but now I heard we just had dinner with her last weekend. So with them last weekend, and she said she's back in the school district. So, but that's where I grew up at. So Corey Smith, we went to the rec center. We have a bunch of friends, the Blacks, the Reddings, the Martins, the Walker, the Trimbles, some of my good friends here. So when Bobby says hometown kid, this is where Rick and Wendy were like my third family. So Bill and Connie were my first and my second family. So
Very good.
but Rick and Wendy were my third family. Kind of took me and took care of me when I was younger and stuff like that. So when he says hometown, this is my home. This is where I spend most of my summers and my weekends. So to get back to the business, I graduated from. I'm gonna let you talk too. I talk a lot. Yeah, so I graduated from Mid-America, Nazarene in Olathe, Kansas. That's where I played basketball at. It's also where I got my master's in business as well. And then I played overseas for 2 seasons. So I played in Germany and Spain basketball when I graduated, and then came back, worked for a different companies. I recently just worked for CVS, a pharmacy, so I was in charge of their sales team for Kansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, and then I met my fiance at one of her clubs in Oklahoma, and from there we have branched out and we have 7 open clubs now with 2 more in the works now. So our clubs provide energizing teas that taste like fruit punch. They burn 100 calories each sustainable energy throughout your day, and we use less than a gram of sugar. I feel like I'm backstage.
You're fine, you're fine.
Like I need to do a circle, but they provide burn 100 calories, we lose less than a gram of sugar in our teas, and they taste like fruit punch or tea, fruit punch or juice. Our meal replacement shakes have 24 grams of protein, 21 minerals and vitamins. It tastes like your favorite dessert. So that's what we're looking to bring here. We also have protein bars. We have athletes line. So if anybody wants to get a tea or a drink for the pre-workout or post-workout needs, we have that available as well. So did I cover everything here? Go ahead.
But Brandon's correct as far as the product that we bring to our towns that we come into. But most importantly, that I think is one of my favorite parts is our mission of creating long-standing relationships and building longevity within our community. We don't believe in the, trying to stay open for 1 to 3 years like a lot of small businesses can do. We are here to stay. And so that is definitely our mission as far as creating relationships with the schools, with organizations within the community, to do fundraisers, to support the community, and most importantly, being the healthy hangout spots that kids alike can come to hang out and parents not have to worry about where they are, and kids can feel just as adults and things like that, teenagers can come and just feel comfortable with being there and hang out and be a place where a community can be brought together. So that's definitely one thing that we pride ourselves in creating within our, we call them nutrition clubs. So our healthy nutrition clubs around the state that we brought into Kansas. And so this is just another one of those places that we get to create community and longevity of relationships as well. So.
Do you have a location here in town, Brandon, that you're put your business in?
Yes, so we just, like last time we
And
were.
that may not be, if you can't answer it, don't answer it.
No, we can, yeah. So great question. We just were with Bobby and Jerry, Gene Mary, right? Gene?
Yeah, January.
Yeah. We were just with him and Bobby last weekend, and found a perfect location for us. So, we're planning on opening up. It's in the works right now. We know if there's a business owner, there's a business owner here, you know how that you plan on something, you have a plan together, and it usually goes over the time that you want it to open up. So we plan on opening in September, yeah. But yes, we did find a location. So.
Anybody have any questions for the new prospect business?
Welcome to Coffee County, and hope you are very successful.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming here.
Yeah. Thanks for allowing us to be here. We're very excited.
You talk like you're trying to build a business where invite all people in, but especially young people.
Eddie, we want them to have a place to come hang out. We've experienced like in Eureka and Neodesha and Fredonia that those kids in the high school, those Yellow Jackets, those Wildcats, those Tornadoes don't have anywhere to hang out after school. A positive environment to hang out after school. And we want that to be, all of our clubs to be that for the younger crowd. So.
What type of hours do you work with? You start in the morning at 8 and go to 7, 8 at night, or you got limited hours?
And that depends on the
Or does
community.
that depend on the community?
Yeah. We typically, our club in El Dorado is open from 7 to 6. Our club in Eureka is open from 7 to 5. Neodesha is open from 7 to 4:30. Fredonia is open from 7 to 6. Kansas City is open from 7 to 6. So it just depends on the community. So
Your proposal, you're gonna take one person to operate this business, 2 people?
that also depends on the community as well.
Depends on how the support comes.
Yes, yep. Some of our clubs are ran by 1 person, some of our clubs are ran by 3. Our El Dorado club has 3 people in there at all times. The Eureka, Fredonia, Neodesha right now has 2, the other 2 has 1. So, at the park has 1. Augusta has 1, Kansas City has 2. So it depends on the community.
kind of call this hometown, are you planning on, are you back here yourself, or are you gonna hire someone to run this for you? or-
I will be here, what we talked about, I'll be here for 3 to 6 months, getting it off the ground. We live in Andover, we just bought a house in Andover, so it's, as far as moving to Burlington, no, but I'll be here between 3 to 6 months, making sure it gets off the ground, and we're already talking to different people about training and names of good workers and stuff like that, so, yeah.
And we will still be hands-on after that 3 to 6 month mark, that we feel good with other people being able to run the location. So we'll be here still 1 to 2 times a week, being hands-on with our customer appreciation days and special events that we'll host and things like that as well.
Do you ever get into serving sandwiches, short meals, like french fries? Or you just pretty well stay with your smoothies and juice bar?
Right now, it's just smoothies,
Smoothies.
and yeah, we have a baked goods line that we're experimenting. Actually, the first day will be, we call it Tasty Tuesday, at our Kansas City club, and they've made some kind of like peanut butter chocolate bars with our baked goods mixed and some other ingredients. So we'll see how that goes, and then we'll funnel it through the funnel through our other clubs.
But we've made like healthy protein donuts before and protein bites like that are like protein balls and things like that that have been successful.
I just found it interesting, you were talking about health, and Don says french fries.
Sweet
French fries, yeah.
French fries is on my healthy diet.
We believe in balance.
About someplace. Any other, Bobby, you got anything else to bring forward? We appreciate. How'd you get this connection? Because it was your hometown, or through Bobby, or a combination thereof, or?
Are you guys familiar with Matthew Harmon?
Oh, yeah.
You are, yes.
I have graduated
Yes.
as a Titan. We're Titans now, not Blue Jays, but I know Matt and his family very well,
Yes.
very well.
So, same way. So Matt reached out to me and said,
Okay.
hey,
So I mean, based on what they've done this offseason, being able to.
ESPN, hey, you gotta have it, you gotta have it.
I apologize for that. That thing's on mute.
I can hear it, I'm pretty good at listening. I can hear it on mute.
Still on mute, so have it come.
But,
Sorry about that.
no, you're fine. The Harmons, Matt reached out to me and said that Bobby was, the environmental director here. And we would love to see one of your clubs come to Burlington. So I'm very good friends with the Harmons. We competed against each other on track, football, every other sport you can think of. So,
Matt, his family is good competitors.
yeah, yes. Matt, I told her Matt was one of the fastest guys I've ever seen in my life.
He's pretty
so,
quick, wasn't he?
yeah. So, but yeah, that's how we heard about it. Yeah.
Well, Commissioners, thank you for giving us this opportunity to present these two wonderful people. And I hope you guys all the best. We're here for you if you need anything. Commissioners, thank you again.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Look forward to seeing you.
And while you're here, I'm gonna say you might stop down at Citizens Bank, because Walker should be down there.
Yeah, we ran into him last time we see. I told him we'll stop in. So, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're set up for a break at 9:50, and we're 3 or 4 minutes, but beyond that, do you want to go ahead and take a quick break?
Or we can move on.
I'm fine. Okay, the only thing next after that's the budget work session. So if you wanted to, we could just jump into the budget part.
That's fine with me.
Don,
I'm sorry?
if you'd like, I could see if Darrell could come down and do his request for waive management fees.
The door was shut when we just left.
Oh,
From up there, so.
okay.
They're down there, this is
Okay.
the fair.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We had some leftover stuff, didn't we? We was waiting on.
Well, we've got, yeah, we do. I've got 10 of them marked, and if I bypass any of them that you're aware of, feel free to say it. The first one I have marked was number 7, which is the county attorney.
And he still does have.
And my
his-
understanding, he's working on it
Right.
and may or may not have anything today.
Okay.
The next one I had was a number 9 was county counselor. And that would be
I
the
have a
same.
county attorney in here now, which I didn't have
I don't have.
last week.
I don't have it.
I don't have number 7, county attorney.
Yeah, I didn't have anything for county attorney. Wait,
I have 3 pages for him right here.
What,
6/26/20 is when he presented it.
That's
Oh,
the
that's-
wrong book.
That's last year. Blue book. Got to be in the blue book, Bob.
That sucker left. Okay,
Number 9 would be
I had nothing to.
Wade, it's also nothing. Number 11, we had mental health and it ended up being mental wellness. I think we have that one.
I have it straightened out.
Now, mental wellness, I didn't check it off that we approved it.
I have it, that's okay.
I've got mine signed.
You got your sign, okay? I overlooked, I'll mark it down for 7/12 as being okay. I didn't have a check mark, but I had a note by it. The next one I had was number 20, Coffee County Resource Council.
and I spoke to Lindsay Payer. They're not gonna be submitting a budget for this year for the Resource Council.
Why?
She said they just don't have one.
They don't need the funding,
Correct.
and how much we funded them in years past, I don't know that, was it?
I think it was like $1,500.
How much?
1,500.
I remember something, yeah. Okay. Next, that's a juvenile detention center, number 21.
And I just added that to the weekly book.
I'm sorry.
I just added that to the book, your commission meeting book for today. That should be the first one.
So it's in our commission.
No, it's in your budget book.
Well, it's the one that I handed down this morning, and I put it.
Oh,
Yeah, juvenile detention. And it goes to number 21. It's county support a year, or back in 20 was 10,000. The budget for 21 is 10, and the budget for 22 is 10. So evidently, everything's still a go there.
sometimes it's exceeded and sometimes it's not. So it depends on how many you're gonna place them.
So the juvenile is in 21, right?
21.
It's slot 21. I didn't have another one until I got down to the appraisers, number 38. I don't think I missed any of them, and that's in our commission book for today. And that's one that I'd asked Connie to reevaluate a little bit. The one that Connie submitted, and we may have to have Connie come back, the one she submitted a year ago showed a budget request of 543,804. And on our last 6 months summaries that we got from the county, that I think Angie's office probably prepares, got every department in there through every month. Her personnel services is only 42%. So, which tells us, her budget is overstated. And when I went through and projected from that 42%, because through 6 months, the personnel cost was 230,000. I added another 230 to it. And then the longevity pay of 12.3. But the one thing I didn't include was his step increases that I didn't know, but that only came up to 472. So I know the 543 is definitely still overstated quite a bit. And our 22 budget is 543, so board, it's whatever you want to do. The 543 to me is probably overstated, you know, to what extent. She did lower that down from 579, because her first deal that she gave us a week ago was 579. So, you know, to how much it's overstated, I can't respond to exactly. To me, it probably ought to be no more than the 520 range, but I went back in and added 104%, 4% over of the year of the current 21, and it comes up to 491. Like I said, I don't have the new step increases in there because that'd take a long time to get that all figured out exactly. So it's however you want to treat it. Are you looking for somebody, sir? So I don't know what you want to have. I'm okay with a little bit of surplus built into these because we don't know what the COLA right now, the CPI, we don't know what that's going to be at the end of this year.
It might be.
And it looks like they're looking at 5 to 6%. Looking at 5 to 6, which in this case would add 30,000. But that being said, we got all the other budgets will be understated.
Right, exactly.
So we're sitting here in limbo a little bit, to be fair with all departments. And I want to be fair to everybody.
I mean, she put it in there. I mean,
She
maybe she's looking at it.
Is it the 646 or the 611?
611 is what it is.
611.
611 is the new one.
Yeah, the 611. On the
Right.
personnel side, she lowered that from her projected start with 36,000. So she did lower it down. So.
You ask her to make a change. I don't work in that department. I don't do that. She's the deal, and she made a change, so unless you want to just go or really question, and I think that, you know, we got to put some faith in.
Yeah. Well, technically, we're probably not here to just question every dollar for every, but need to have it as accurate as we can too.
Might be interesting to see what budgets come like at the end of the year, next year.
Okay.
See which one's closest.
Okay, go ahead and approve this one then.
I'm we all right with the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause we got some unknowns coming up this end of the year, where it's down. Wade, we're going through our budget since we got about 30 minutes here. We decided. Number 7 and 9 is yours. You have your budgets today or next week, or you got a target date to work with?
So what, the county attorney budget, that one, as you're aware, changed somewhat by losing one of the employees to the bench. So ironically, the new employee starts today. So I've modified my budget and made those changes, and I have it ready to add. And then the county councilor budget, my understanding is sort of moving personnel from one area to the other, Andrea. So I've got that one ready to present. And then the only other one I'm responsible for is the juvenile detention budget. And I think it should be the same as what it is every year, $10,000.
Yeah, we just okayed the juvenile budget at 10,000.
And just so you know, for those who are new on the board, that $10,000, the only time it gets tapped into is if Coffee County has a juvenile who uses the facility in Franklin County Juvenile Detention, then charges the county. So since I've been here, it's fluctuated. Typically, in this year, we've not had a juvenile in that facility, but last year, the year before, we had a juvenile in for 6-8 months. So we went over that $10,000 that year, but I mean, that's an outlier. So if it doesn't get used, then it falls back in, just so you know. But $10,000 is a good pad to have. So,
Have you got copies that we can look at for the other two areas?
I'll get it to you.
For your office and the county council?
Correct.
He'll get it to us.
You'll get them
Yeah,
to us.
I'll get it
I'm
to you.
sorry?
You'll get them to us.
Okay. Okay. Maintenance department's number 39. And we got a brand new copy that was just given to us this morning. And there's not much change in it from what was in the book originally a week ago.
We did put my whole salary,
But your whole salary,
correct. So it's my salary and then Barb's and then the two of our longevity is what shows.
your total salary's in there, and then how many more? Two?
Barb, just the two of
Just
us.
Barb's, two, okay. I'm saying if there's three, that wouldn't be enough. Okay. So that was one that was just passed out to us here this morning. And it's a little bit less than what was in there a year ago, or last week. Any questions on that one? It looks like it's all right. Next one I had was number 43, which is set up for mental health and its crosswinds. So I did mark it as being complete. I think it's complete. Next one I had unmarked was number 47, economic development. And that one was Bobby's gonna submit a new one. And we do have a new one sent to us this morning.
Yeah.
Because in that one, the area was, payroll was overstated, and Bobby has moved it back down to where it should be. And then we have two items set in there for potential infrastructure and land acquisition, and he's pulled them out. So it looks like, if nobody's got any objection, it looks like that's been corrected.
Good.
Next one I had marked was number 52. Was road and bridge. For the highway department. Depends on which copy we're looking at.
Wayne, it's Wayne here.
Wayne will discuss the road bridge and the special bridge. And I asked Wayne the other day, I looked at what the actual was in 2018, which is the new sheet that we just received this morning. The actual for personnel costs was basically 2.2. 2019 actual is 2.25. The actual for 220 is 216. So there's very, very little movement in there. And if I remember right, after I talked to Wayne Thursday or Friday, this last week I mentioned, the request is, to me, is overstated for the 21 as well as the 22, but we absolutely don't have any idea what winter storms are going to do to us on labor. And so there's no question probably needs to be some modification in there, but and I don't understand the total budget on the road and bridge, but if we cut it back too much, and we have major storms where we have a lot of personnel services, we can't just technically re-budget for it without going to the paper and print. Now, may need a little more clarification on this, Wayne and Angie, because I talked to Angie a little bit too. But after talking to Wayne, and he did lower the personnel services down 2.4, which gets it down to 150, 130,000 less than a year this year. So with that being said, you know, we definitely need to have a Kushner because it's a different area that we can't technically just add funds to it to pay for. And I don't understand all the statutes that tell us we can do this, we can't do this. I know I'm not very clear to probably the people listening. But Wayne, you got anything you want, or Angie, you got anything you want to add?
Just that, with him not being under the general fund, that big, you know, budget pot there, he's levied special for road and bridge. If you were to go over personal services, you would have to republish.
So that's, I remember we talked about that a year ago, Wayne, I do. I apologize for talking to you again, but I forgot. But I can understand why it needs to be a little more cushion built into it. Do you have any comments, Wayne?
No, I think Angie and I had visited about it. So the cash basis law prevents us from being able to overexpend basically what was budgeted. So at the end of the day, if we don't have a little cushion into it, we would have to republish the budget. And,
That'd have to be done 3 times?
I'm not for sure on how Angie would have to do it, but there would have to be a public hearing and everything
Yeah,
else
we have
would
to
come
go
back.
through a public hearing. We've not done one, so I can't honestly tell you. I'd have to do some research.
That'd be better if we don't have to do that.
But the biggest thing on that is if you over budget, the money that you don't spend goes back into unencumbered funds. I mean, so it goes back into the next year's budget. So it's not like you're basically just taking this money and sending it someplace else. It's going right back into the road and bridge fund for the next year.
For the past few years, have you had any that rolled back into the, I mean,
We've never been short. We've always had extra money at the end of the year intentionally, because you don't know. One time we were hit with basically the fuel prices went up to $4. That really scared us quite a bit because that's a big item on our budget. But at the end of the year, we're generally transferring money into the special highway fund, or we're leaving it to be basically utilized for the next year unencumbered fund. And you'll see even on this year's budget, I think we had like over $1 million actually transferred into this year's budget. Actually for 2021, 2020's budget, $1 million came back into this
I
budget.
remember that coming back.
So you're gonna find that every year. So whatever is remaining on this will actually help fund 2022.
I just wondered, because there wasn't anything wrote in the carryover.
Now, on the carryover, that's just basically at the end of the year, that's what's remaining.
Right.
And the accountants pretty much figure that out for the most part, because when they're putting the budget together, they're basically projecting what the unencumbered funds are gonna be. They look at the fund balance that we currently have in what I call a checking. Basically, they look into that, they say, okay, you have X amount here that you can contribute. Your budget at this point, expectation with 6 months of the year, you're gonna have this, then they say you need to have this for your next 2022 fund.
I was just wondering, it just didn't have anything wrote down in the carryover.
No, we don't do the resources so much.
And he also sometimes puts money in equipment reserve if he knows
Yes.
a motor grader or something big's coming, so there's that too.
Right.
I appreciate the clarification, Wayne
Okay.
and Angie. That takes care of number 53. Everybody's satisfaction. Next one I have is number 50. That took care of 52. Next one I've got 53, which is Special Highway Department. And I guess my understanding is we'd have the same thing there, Wayne.
On Special Bridge, what you have is, on Special Bridge, we have, I believe, and Angie, you have to help me on this, I think it's 1.5 mil that can be allocated every year. And the recommendation has been is to continue to allocate as close to that 1.5. There's a little bit of adjustment because at the end of the year, you're trying to look at what your total mills are, okay? But we try to keep that 1.5 because that is the extra funds, the savings account This is something I had visited with the accountants back when, and they said, well, just basically build up the funds in that account. And the reason why, and this was some of the discussion I had here about a month ago, about all the bridges that we have. And this was some of the discussion, we need to start going back into constructing some of these larger bridges. So right now, we have 2 bridges down in the Gridley area that we have in the books that we're going to be possibly building here next year. And so right there, you're looking at probably well over $1 million for those 2 bridges, even though they're going to be tied together as much as possible. Economically, trying to find where you have only one mobilization and also basically extra purchase of materials so you could reduce costs there, trying to do everything we can. But you also have a third of our bridges, and this is some of the discussion I had, is you have a third of our bridges that are over 50 years old. So we need to get back into rebuilding these bridges. And that's where that fund needs to basically build up. And we're talking millions. These bridges aren't cheap. And most of these bridges at first are going to be on the asphalt roads, the FAS roads. So we make them truck heavy. We have heavy trucks. We're continuing to get our load ratings on our bridges because of these heavy trucks that's coming on the roads. They changed the guidelines. Actually, they're allowing heavier trucks for bridges that were designed 50 years ago that were not accommodating those type of loads. So we're needing to replace those bridges. So this program needs to kick off and actually start replacing bridges. You're going to see requests for 2 to 3 bridges every year, and that's where that fund needs to build. If we don't, we're going to find ourselves basically behind the 8 ball on this when we have the funds available.
Any questions on that one?
Infrastructure,
I'm sorry?
infrastructure. I mean, that's what you're taking care of.
Yeah. Another one we received a brand new copy on this morning was the Coffee County Lake. But we okayed that last week and it's identical, other than it's under a little bit different format. But the request is identical to what we signed off on last week.
The only thing that was different is, their reimbursement was changed because they received 108,000 instead of.
Yeah, last year they showed 100.
Yeah, they corrected that.
So there is a minor change in it.
It's down about middle of page near the bottom. That's one thing that's really different.
The last 2 years,
28.
it was 100 and 100 and then 108, yeah.
28, yeah.
Did we just received those funds here not too many weeks ago, and then I know it was a little over 100.
Actually, last year it was over 100 also.
I think it was 105 or 6 last year. They accept 2 or 3% every year. You know, those are the only ones I had marked. Now, whether I missed one or not, I'm not gonna say, but this leaves the only 2 outstanding that we haven't taken a look at is the county attorney and county counselor.
Don,
I'm sorry.
I also have the soil conservation, but the contact for that department, she's been unavailable, she'll be back tomorrow. So there wasn't anything for soil conservation. I'm not sure what one, I think that was in the 50s. Right, so
Well, so I've got it checked, yeah.
okay, there's, okay.
Number 51.
And I do have one more thing.
Yeah, we have less than 50. I had it checked, but I think we'll see.
And Todd Bemis was just wanting to kind of touch base to see if anyone had any questions for him, because he said his budget's the bottom line, has been the same every year, and he heard that there was some discussion on did he get a new employee. He has not had any new employees. There might be some different line items, but his bottom dollar has been the same. So he just wanted to know if you had any questions for him, since there was some discussion last week.
And who'd you say that was?
Todd Bemis.
Oh, Todd?
That's the weed department.
Yeah. Weed or recycling.
Yeah, he said all 3 budgets
All 3.
have been the same. But since there was some question, he is available if you had any questions for him.
The recycling is number 36.
I think they may hit noxious weed might have been the
Yeah, 55.
He moved the personnel costs up 10. But he moved commodities down 11. So technically, basically asking us, we approved it last week as presented.
Right.
Okay, I didn't have a signature on it, so.
I went ahead and marked it off. And I think we did, Jesse. What numbers these other two?
Recycling is 36. This rate was 55.
Got recycling.
Noxious weeds, okay also.
Yeah.
One thing on noxious weed, when the auditor is here next week, Todd wants to be here because they're putting in, he needs so much to carry over from his current year budget to support the next year's budget. And it's hurting him when he's needing to purchase chemicals at the end of the year. So I told him he probably should attend the meeting and we'll try to get that straightened out with the auditor.
Which may or may not affect his budget, because what percentage of the chemicals he buys is he for resale? And you probably can't answer that, I mean, that'd be a fun.
Yeah.
But I'd say 75–80% of it's bought for resale, which doesn't affect his budget. Other than we're subsidizing, if it's up, we're subsidizing a little more. You want to have Todd come in and talk about his 2 or 3 areas? Probably. What's the other 2 numbers that Todd's under?
I'm trying to find the side recycling.
That's what I was trying to discover.
Which one are you wanting? Noxious weed is 55?
55, yeah, that'd be one of them.
Yeah. Recycling's 37, right? 36.
It's 36. And the only change there, you know, he increased his personnel cost 10,000, but he took 11 off commodities, so. On noxious weeds, personnel services up 14%, which is high 6%. Commodities, which would be the items he would be selling, a year ago his budget was 400. The actual in 2020 was 228. So he increased it substantially last year, and I'm not sure the reason. This year's budget for 22 is 387.
The other budget is number 35 for household hazardous waste.
Okay, that's fine.
He may have decreased that again for the simple fact that his carryover affects his budget for next year.
Yeah.
You know, the commodities doesn't when he sells, but the carryover is what affects it. I'd say we bring him in and let him discuss that while Phil is here.
Yeah, he could discuss it with Phil. Number 35 is a household hazardous waste. The last 2 years it's been the same. Actual in 2020 was $3,100. Budget last year was 10, the budget request this year is 10. We signed off on that last week, so. Are there any others that you're aware of that we gotta go back to other than weights?
I don't have a signature on the airport, maybe I just,
Which one's the airport?
22, 23.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
I've got marked that we signed off on it, Jesse, but I could.
Okay, that's what the other said.
Okay.
The other said that.
The only 2 I show right now. I'll go back through this book later and make sure I've got them all signed off. There's 2 from Wade. We're set up for the HR audit here in about executive session here at 10:30. Immediately following that will be Wayne at 11:30, and then the extension service at noon. You want to take about a 5-minute break here? Sure. I'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll.
Ken, yeah. So just make one of these the original? Yeah. Okay, so this is a, nothing here is what you sign. Yeah. There's same, then whichever one is. This is just Don, since Tom's over Don and sign this too. If they have any questions, give me a call. Okay, thanks.
I'll be on the side down here.
Oh, yeah.
Just to know,
And I'll just want
I don't think I have, I don't think.
thank you. Wild card for, thanks a lot.
Yes.
Okay, we are back in session. So Wade, what, next thing on our, is an HR audit, executive session. You want to move us into that?
Yep, so. Green light wasn't on. Initially, as the board is aware, we had an HR audit, and this is mainly to catch the board up, catch the public up, so they're aware of what's happening here. The HR audit had a number of recommendations. A number of those recommendations have priority levels, and if this board and the public will recall, during the description and explanation of the HR audit that was done by McGrath, there were a number of executive sessions in which this board heard and was told what those recommendations were. They were done in executive session for a variety of reasons, including but not limited to some internal exposure that the county has that needs to be handled in a series of priority steps. In an effort to address and deal with those internal audit recommendations, this board is seeking different entities to help aid and assist in mitigating those priority levels. So today we have HR partners, Christina Dietrich, here to present to the board today. The majority of that will occur in executive session due to the nature of what those recommendations are. However, Ms. Dietrich will present to the board and to the public, for that matter, about her background qualifications and experience related to this type of following through with the audit recommendations. So I will introduce Ms. Dietrich to the board and to the public, and then once she's done with her introduction, I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Christina Dietrich. I'm the president of HR Partners. We're located out of Topeka, Kansas. We have been in business for over 14 years. Before that, I have been in HR management for over 30 years. So started my career out in Garden City Cooperative. I was the HR person there. Then I moved back to Topeka. I am a graduate of Washburn University in Topeka, Kansas. And I was the HR manager of Vallejo Behavioral Health Care. And then I moved over to Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas for approximately 5 years. So that's a little bit about my background. And then with the last 14 years of running this company, we've had the honor of partnering with over 400 clients over the last 14 years. The gentleman in the back, Mr. Dietrich, he is a part of the business as well too. We are an HR as well as legal side of the business. But with this respective HR assessment and talking about the recommendations on fixing some of the issues that were identified, the majority is going to be done by HR partners. There are not only myself, but there are 3 other individuals within the business that will help support this process. But primarily, there'll be 2 of us that will be dedicated to Coffee County. So that's a little bit about us.
Will you conduct, if you're selected, will you conduct that business here?
Yes.
Or the information leave here?
Meaning, when
The
it comes
documents you're gonna look at?
today,
Well, if you're selected for the audit later,
yes,
okay, it'll all be done here.
yes, yes. So I'm looking forward to talking about the logistics of how it will occur.
Anybody have any questions before we proceed?
I do know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll turn it back to Wade to lead us into the session.
So although Commissioner Chairman Huguenin is not present today and not available for any of the other meeting. He is going to participate by phone in this executive session. And I'm not wanting to speak for him, but I do know that he feels this part of what's happening and occurring is very important, and that's, he's on vacation, but he's making himself available for this purpose. So with that being said, I request a motion for the commission to recess into executive session for consultation with the county councilor to discuss the current county policy and priorities regarding potential exposure to Coffee County related to the HR review and audit that previously occurred. This discussion would include matters that sort of cross several different areas, but it deals with county policy, potential county litigation. Those matters would be deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act under KSA 754319B2. That would include myself, the board, Commissioner Huguenin by phone, and Mr. and Mrs. Dietrich.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Tim has made a motion. Entertain a second. Second. Jesse, a second. Any other questions or discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye opposed, motion carried 4-0.
I'm going to abstain on that one.
30 minutes. I didn't say a time.
That's what I was gonna add. 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
We'll go ahead and get at 10:41. Wade, are you calling Tom?
Yes.
Oh, they'll let you go.
More important.
Yeah, that's it. Good morning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Actually, it was a dollar per ton. This is my first one.
Yeah, probably comes in there once in a while, get paid for some.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. One thing, somebody was getting ready to replace this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Didn't have time to put you in the person. So the McGrath did the study on the salaries, right? Did they not also do the HR stuff?
Yeah.
But then how's this HR audits, what are they at?
Well, but it said something about them helping to implement some of that stuff, so.
So are they in addition to the McGrath study?
That's what I'm guessing. I'm gonna have to ask some questions.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan. Sign in. You can sign in. Did you get a copy of all those, of that equipment?
One jet, last week.
Okay, that'll be all the equipment. Okay, good. All that.
I don't have,
Have any of that?
got that.
Okay, keep that with this one. If you want, you can kind of correlate that over, put the road number with it. Uh-huh. Now it seems to have changed a little bit, so I would probably say at this point, now we find that it was always a little bit so, yeah, I would say which direction would they want to go? No, he didn't think a little bit about it. What we have to do is one come up with a plan, somebody has to come up with a plan, mark it out, and then the contractor, you get off it, you may have a contractor come in first, and see your square feet, square yards of concrete in place. And because there's a bunch of spots, all areas everywhere, something else that have to be taken out to fix the whole thing. I think it was, I think it was, well, I'm not below high, but I think you can see it.
And I mentioned that, and then that was your recommendation was.
Yeah, I would say so. It doesn't really work for us. I mean, I'd be glad to say that too, but, you know, my recommendation, probably not, it has to be one of our, like, where we're done with most of our other projects, and then we're going to still work in the most part.
Do you want to mention the times, because I probably asked you anyway.
All the time, and we'll talk about it together. I like that. All right. Probably have some of that for you. Well, I don't expect anything to be decided. I want to push it forward. The head through. That's the way they want to go. Out of here.
Well.
I don't know what way, we will sometime, but we'll have to back discuss that.
We are back in session, and we're running about 15 minutes ahead of our schedule. Wayne, are you ready? We'll move you up 15 minutes.
That'd be fine. I'll probably even use it and put you back on schedule.
I gotta stop.
All right, well, good morning, all.
Good morning.
I brought the A-team here as well, so Ryan's gonna help me out on some of this equipment that we'll discuss. So I'll just go ahead and get that one passed around. Got a few things to pass around.
So we're the A-team.
Right back there, in the red shirt.
I had to say that.
Okay.
He was grinning at me, so I had to say it. He knew I was thinking.
The other A-team is on the chipper right now. He's out starting our chip seal project. We're over on 22nd, over by Angus. So, and Andrea, I should have given you this as well as save you some of this stuff. That's what I'm thinking, going back to this town.
Oh, that's it.
Construction zone.
Okay, I did get that from Heather this morning.
Oh, you did? Already got that there? Okay. I'll press that.
I signed it.
Like I said, Jeff's out there doing chip seal. He's, the guy up on it, he called him Thumb, so he's running the chip seal. We're chip sealing now. We'll be actually laying, since I'm talking about that, we'll be laying hot mix asphalt. Contractor should be starting, here Thursday. And, that would be Bettis. Now, there is one section of road, that basically, the John Redmond is back over, that's over on 16. We'll have a little more discussion about here in a minute. So, on the engineer's report, to get started, no road permits. Zoning, you've already heard with the hearing this morning, but no other permits. Landfill totals for June is part of your packet. I do have a change order request. This is the change order I was visiting about here 2 weeks ago. This is the extra asphalt that would need to patch, repair that section on 16th, which once again, at this point, basically we have water over the road. We're not even sure we're gonna get there, but if we do, the water goes down, we'll still be able to make those patches. But this change order would allow that to go ahead and take place.
So the water's back over 16th again?
Yes, sir. Just a couple inches at this point. But,
When did it come over the road?
probably over the weekend with the rains that we had, but the John Redmond is not releasing. I believe they expect it to actually.
Then they got up for 7 inches up around Council Road and everything.
So they're holding it back in. So, and then the equipment disposal, equipment disposal would be some of the discussion we have. Equipment parts disposal would be a motion I'd like to move on. So I'm going to go right to motions at this point. And so the first motion is a change order. And this would be the change order on our project 2104. The change order, once again, is that section 16th where the water at the John Redmond is basically went over the road, the waves were crashing against it, and removed a section of that asphalt that was not part of the project itself. The 4 foot by 100 foot section, 3 inches deep, basically would take care of the milling, the patching, and an increase of $2,920 to the contract is what you're looking at. So that would be the first motion. Don?
Okay. Wayne's first motion, like you said, is 2021-21, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the change order number 4A 2104-C hot mix asphalt HMA project, approximately 2 miles of 1.5 inch hot mix, 26 feet wide, overlay on 16th Road, Caffer Road to Lenox Road, and Caffer Road, 16th Road to 17th Road for a 4 foot by 100 foot section milling and patching for a total increase of $2,920.
I'll move.
Jesse has moved.
All second.
Tim is second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0.
And if you like on this one, Don, I'd like to skip to motion number 46.
Okay.
And because motion number 45 is going to be the equipment, and I don't expect to take any action on it.
Okay.
Other than just to discuss it at this point. So 46, what we have is we have some surplus parts. For the most part, gasket, indicator, manifold, tube A, pump as, and it shows the part numbers and everything. What we have is Caterpillar making an offer to go ahead and purchase those parts. The original price is shown in the column. The return amount is also shown in the column. And so what you're looking at is basically disposing of these parts as we no longer need them, and disposing those to Caterpillar for $912.86. Other ways to dispose of this would be actually through the county auction. And so they'd be just sitting in a box someplace and somebody would bid on a lot. We had these parts. We thought this might be one way of approaching it. I don't do this very often. This is one of the few times I can think of, but having an open session, having the discussion, for disposal, because anything over $25, I'm required to have motion to
That's what I was gonna
dispose
ask
of.
you, what triggers it, because of the small amount here, quite good, but you got $25.
$25 is by statute that I would have to have a disposal motion from the commission.
Okay,
So this would dispose of the material as listed, and would also show the price, and it's being disposed of to Foley Equipment, Caterpillar out of Topeka.
You know, that's well in the price range of restocking charge, is what I would call it.
From the original price.
Yeah, that's what,
okay, motion 2021-46, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer and approval of the county attorney as to form move to find that the following equipment parts are no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purposes of Coffee County, and as such should be disposed of by return credit to Foley Equipment, Caterpillar, Topeka, Kansas. Notice of the board's intentions to dispose of said property will be published on July 22nd and July 29th in an official county newspaper. Do I need to read all 5 of those breakdowns?
I'd probably say we're covered, basically to the published. I mean, this document's gonna be published.
Let me just read the highlights on it.
Okay.
First one is part 1W7794. It's a 2A. The purchase date was in July of 20. Original price was $369.83. We're going to recover $314.36. Second item is 7W-566A. It's a pump AS. The original purchase date 8/20, so we're almost 2 years. Original price $227.62. Return amount $193.48. Third item 1W-3306. It's an indicator. Purchase date December of 2019 for a cost of $101.57, and we're going to return the same amount, $101.57. Fourth item is 2W-1930. It's a manifold purchased on August of 1920 for a cost of $353.53. We're going to have a return of $300.50. Number 5 item is 8H-2778 gasket purchased on August the 8th of 2020 for a cost of $295, and that's what we will receive back as a credit. Total credit is $912.86, which is within $225 of what we paid a year or 2 ago. So
if you're reading them for the public, you might clarify that the manifold was purchased 8 of 2020, not 1920.
okay, I did say 1920. Okay. Manifold was purchased on August the 8th of 2020. Sorry about that.
An antique.
Don, that was
That will
excellent.
be my only mistake for 2 or 3 today.
That was excellent. I really like that. I like what you did there.
All in favor? Or, I mean, we got somebody moved.
I'll move.
Jesse has moved. Entertain a second.
all second.
Tim a second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye opposed. Motion carried 4-0.
That's the way to do it. I think that's the better way of doing it, better way of approaching it. So the next item is equipment we were talking about. So some of the things, what you'll see on the motion itself is an example of how we would do it. So there's 2 points of discussion here. One is how we would dispose of it by basically internet auction. One of the things we were looking at was Purple Wave. Now, Purple Wave, when you do the research on it, for the seller, there is no cost, but for the buyer, there's a premium bonus that you have to pay. So there is some discussion there to say, well, do you really get the maximum amount? Because folks don't want to bid on it, they're going to have to pay a premium. Okay, so they don't want to bid up 10%, and that's kind of what it is. They'd have to bid up on that amount. So then the next one, we look at basically, I believe it was Big Iron. What's the next one? And so Big Iron actually has a fee that they basically put into it, no different than what we do for the county auction. There's a fee that's associated with it. And so with that, then if you enter into that contract with those folks, you're going to pay a fee for what you sell. But also, I'm going to go back to Purple Wave too. It was just brought to our attention that if somebody did not pick up on Purple Wave, they didn't go pick up the equipment, that they actually, you don't get anything. I mean, it's only if they pick it up that they would pay. So you also lose that revenue as well. But, back to Big Iron, there is a fee that would be associated with it. So there would be two things we would need to do. One is identify which internet, auction we all agree to say this is how we're gonna sell it. And then the next one would be basically agreeing to the equipment, that we're wanting to sell. The list here is just a start. One of them was, we were talking about was the crane, here a couple weeks ago, and then the next one was the tug mill things, and that's been just really setting. We haven't utilized them, but they were used in the past. I mean, when we were building roads, constructing, all of those things, and when we changed, went to a maintenance, more of a maintenance operation, those pieces of equipment and a lot of this equipment that you're gonna see in this list is the same way. We don't build the roads as much, so the list of equipment that you see here are mostly back to the era of constructing, which we don't construct anymore. We maintain for the most part. Only thing that we constructed that I can recall is basically the landfill cell. But the next time that we use the cell, which is some of this equipment as well, is going to be at least 8 years before we start using it. Some of this equipment is aging right now. Each time we bring it back up to where we can work with it again, it does cost us quite a bit. So in 8 years, you'll have to decide, are we going to use it? Are we going to do this as a construction next time? Or we're going to continue to use road and bridge to do the construction of the cell for the landfill in particular. But all the rest of them, as you see, and that's why Ryan's here, is to discuss the equipment as well, kind of give you, if you have some questions on the equipment. But at the end of this, what I'd like you to really do is take a look at this and really kind of discuss it amongst yourselves. So here in a couple of weeks, give us the direction which way you want to go. But this would be the equipment that we would have in surplus that we would like to go ahead and, now once again, we'd like to go ahead and sell, but this money does not go back into road and bridge. All right, this money goes back into the general fund. Correct me if I'm wrong, but every time we sell anything, even the auction, it goes back into the general fund. It does not go back into road and bridge. So this is to your benefit to sell this piece of equipment, but it also too is the equipment that we're releasing. If we do need any equipment that's similar to this, it most likely be some type of rental is what we'd be looking at.
Is the Komatsu total forklift, or does it have a bucket with it also?
I believe it's the, basically it was the one that was in the salt pile. So it had the bucket and it has a forklift with it, or forks on it. So Ryan, if you'd like to jump in anytime, and Ryan can tell you anything about the equipment.
Those generic forks, will they fit a Cat or a
I
John
would say
Deere?
they would have to fit the attachments that's on that loader, specific brand there. I don't know what else would fit other than that, but
Which it may not make any difference, Wayne. Is there any way to explore and get what your expected funds would receive from a sale?
The only thing I could think to do on that one, Don, would be to go to the internet and see what similar equipment would come in.
See if
If
there's
they
any,
could price that,
which would bring back a rough idea of what we might get.
and I can mark something on that,
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I was wondering.
Is this the IH we got back from Florence?
Yes, now I believe on that one too is, we are taking the bed off of it, and we're finding other parts of it that we're gonna be able to scrap off. I mean, it's gonna be cheaper for us to scrap it as much as possible, and then whatever's left is what we'll put out for auction, which won't be much.
What is the last thing on the page, that TL 023?
Well, is that not a herring?
That's what I wondered.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, most people wouldn't know what that is.
It's probably right, John.
Yeah.
but,
When we redistribute back to the departments, like, not to the actual departments, but to the, like, we would distribute it back to the road and bridge fund. Any departments under the general goes to the general fund, but
Okay.
to health or road and bridge or noxious weed, it goes back to that department.
It goes back to our department?
Your fund, yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking like on our vehicles and stuff like that, when they went back. All All right, well, then it might be road and bridge fund.
There's another internet service that has sold some stuff around here at pretty good price too.
Okay.
And you actually need 3, because some of the stuff is gonna be fairly expensive.
Mhm.
And I can't tell you the name of it.
Okay,
I don't know, but I know that it has, I know people sold some stuff on it and it's sold pretty respectable, kind of like Purple Wave, so I mean.
but if we got one piece of equipment, I can't sell it. I mean, I would have to commit to one internet group to sell from, because I couldn't list it on 3 of them. So we would still have to decide which one we want.
Right, and
Yeah.
right, but we need to try to find out what that
Okay.
third is, and I can't.
What if Ritchie Brothers is
Richard,
doing,
huh?
Ritchie Brothers is doing onlines too, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they are. I've seen them. What I would ask is if you guys would help us, we'd sure appreciate it.
I will try to get you the name of it, because I know that I just recently, some people sold on it and sold real good.
And that's what we're needing. I mean, we're needing to find basically the dependable service that we're gonna have there may be a fee or at least a minimum fee to the county, because that's, we're gonna have to be paying it in. But to get the best value that we can out of it. So if you guys could help us here in a couple of weeks, give me a list of companies that you'd like me to look at, we'd be glad to do that and then bring that information back. This stuff isn't going anywhere, okay? But I'm not wanting to prolong it either. I think it's a good idea to go ahead and move forward onto it. And be good money that could come back into the budget. Now, keeping in mind that this money, I don't believe, once again, it would be spendable this year. I think it would actually be setting for encumbered funds for the following year, perhaps.
Can you put a base price on it for Purple Wave and Big Iron?
I'll come back and give you an idea.
Purple Wave's no, I'm sure.
I can give you an idea what the equipment cost will be here in a couple weeks. And then I can give Purple Wave some details on it, Big Iron some details on it. And then if you have any other, just get hold of us and let us know to say, hey, take a look at this. Then what I'd like to do is kind of break those out. But it's going to be tough to get the apples to apples, because they're all going to be a little bit different, how they approach it. Biggest one is if there was any way that you could say, okay, reliability, dependability, that we're going to get our best value from, which is hard, but if you had anything, references, even word of mouth, to say, hey, this is probably one.
Well, I think people looking are gonna look at all the
They'll look at all of them.
They'll look at all the auctions, so if
Yeah.
they're looking for something, they're gonna go with.
You know, your second one there, which is SC0001.
Our scraper.
You don't use that scraper anymore, Paul, in any of the projects?
Well,
I know we use a scraper here and there.
we do have a couple, I believe we have a total of 3 scrapers, is that right?
We use our 2 paddle scrapers all the time.
There's 2 paddle scrapers, I've seen them at Fox
Yeah.
Lake.
But this one is without the paddle. This one mostly for the landfill, for the big part, where we're really moving a lot of dirt.
Pusher scraper.
Yes, that one would be.
Anybody have any other questions for Wayne?
I say we need to sell while the equipment prices are high.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and steel prices, everything.
We've not ever been using these, get rid of it.
Cause it's just appreciated.
So at this point, in a couple of weeks, if you guys have some ideas of other internet auctions, then what I'd like to do is bring back a sheet, break down, these are the ones, and this is what your cost would be. Then you'd have to choose which internet auction you'd like me to pursue, approve, and then the next one would be to every one of those, or all the equipment, you'd say, yes, let's go ahead and sell it. What I can do is bring back to you also what our expected cost, just looking on the internet, seeing what the cost could be comparable. So you'll have an idea of what that total amount could be and what the total percent we're gonna have to pay in. I mean, that's where it's gonna be if you're charging 4% for anything less than 100,000 and all that sort of thing. What you're gonna be doing. Okay? All right, well.
The thing about it is, when it goes to auction, it's gonna bring what it's worth at that time.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Those buyers are looking at those auctions all the time, I'm sure, so.
And once we commit, if it's $1, it's $1, I think, unless you basically put some type of no bid.
I don't think you can put a base on Purple Wave, but I've never
Some
done
of
it.
them you
I've heard
can, some
say-
of them you can.
But you're gonna do a lot more research than I can on these. I think word of mouth is the research I'm referring to, is to say, which one do you think that might work? And if you give me your opinions on that, I think that would be very beneficial for us.
That water truck, I think doesn't have very many hours on it at all. The water cat,
Yeah, well,
that
that
was just 1,500 hours.
And that's just the tractor that goes, it's actually got a blown engine on that.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, so we'll keep the tank, but it'll just be the tractor that goes with that.
Oh, okay.
So with that one, the construction zone in, as you see, we've made a lot of progress up there on the Thias Lake. We're continuing to make progress as we continue to get rain as well. Slows us down a little bit. We're not wanting to necessarily sling the mud up, but we are a little. Then the next one, we're working on our chip seals, and then we have the hot mix asphalt coming down. You see the hot mix asphalt was completed here a week ago up there in the Lebo area, so we have that in. We did place it just a little bit thicker, basically on the east side on that gravel. So you can see every bit 3 to 4 inches, a little bit thicker on the east side of Lebo.
I did get asked about the driveway that runs into the property to the north right there at the curb.
Now the county crews will come back and we will feather that in with gravel. And even on the approaches for the gravel roads, where our asphalt come into the gravel roads, we'll be doing that as well.
I know the big truck's turning in now, they're gonna tear that up. It doesn't get increased.
And that one on the curb, we're gonna have to feather back quite a ways because of how, I mean, that's super basically what we're dealing with there. So you have somewhere close to 6 inches. What you're dealing with there. Chip seal, once again, we're doing chip seal. Jeff's out there, started on the 22nd. And you have the construction book that would show you the locations of our chip seal program, but as we're starting, we'll go and go with the plan. I mean, that's what we have at this point. So, the other one, at some point, I would need to go into executive session, and that would be with Wade's assistance. I believe this has something to do with some of the insurance we talked about and an employee. So I'm not for sure how you would enter into we'd enter into executive session for non-elected personnel regarding evaluation of employee and recommendations by the insurance.
Does Wade need to be participating in that?
I would say probably so.
We might get a hold of Wade and see how quick he's available.
If you have time, am I okay on time? Don?
A few weeks ago, we approved striping. Are we going to, does that include restriping from Fauna west to the county line? Because Jesse had suggested we move that line in. We're gonna move that line in and restripe the white line.
The original striping on that contract did not include that section of Old Highway 50. We would just have to revisit it again on it.
I know we was once at 19 holes and I think we're at 29 holes, so we're losing those shoulders fast, guys. We
Yeah,
really
but
are.
reduce that down. What I would do on that, we don't expect him until about October. Generally when he shows up.
But when they show up, can we just add this on?
We wouldn't be able to just add it on, but I could do it through, a motion, and a bid and a motion. But yes, we could do that. So, but I'd have to be careful there.
I drove it the other day and I think I counted 29 spots.
It's not getting any better.
No, it's not.
So we need to get it moved in.
Yes.
Sooner the better.
Yeah. But we get a lot of heavy truck traffic there too. You guys notice that or know that. Okay.
On Matthias Lake, looks like there's a huge amount of work's been done.
Yes.
You're probably nearly half the way up that west side.
Yes.
So dirt's been piled in the field. That what has been planted. Now you're coming to the cornfield. Is that dirt gonna go in the cornfield also and then spread later? Or?
Well, Ryan, what do you have on that one for that?
Yeah, no, that dirt will just keep being piled like it is, and then this fall will get spread out.
So it'll also be dumped into the cornfield?
Yes.
And you've got arrangements with
Tim.
With Tim, I'm sorry, because that Tim's first.
Yes, so we've
I'm
some
sure
of the
you
right of way through there, like where the poles are, that's about where the right of way.
I'm sure you talked to Tim and everything's going.
Yes.
Because you're gonna take out a few rows of each
Yes,
corner.
and usually on a project like that, I mean, there'll be some minimal crop loss, which typically the county would reimburse crop losses on something like that.
So that's our plan right now, is the crop losses. we couldn't wait for the weather, couldn't wait for the drops to get out. We need to finish this project, so
Project needs to be finished.
that's how we were wanting to move forward onto it. So we know we're gonna have a few rows of beans and corn at this point, so.
It's river bottom, it'll make up for it.
It will. And Ryan's doing an excellent job as far as communicating with the landowners out there, so, I think for the most part, it's been, well, definitely it's been a good project. In respect, if you go back and see the work that has been done, it has worked. You can see the ditches that have not been cleaned out, and you can see the water in the fields. You can see the ditches that have been cleaned out, and that water is coming out of those fields, and they have a place to go. So.
Is
Wade
Wade
will be
ready?
right down.
He's coming down. Okay, he'll be right down, Wayne.
All right.
Yeah, we need to get it written down correctly.
Yes.
How much time do you think I need? 10 minutes? 15?
Probably 15. I usually know it's 15. That should be.
Well, Darrell was set up at 11:55 and we're at 11:40, so we're gonna be pretty close on time.
Yeah. Well, you're holding up a tight ship here. You're keeping right on schedule.
It don't always happen, but I think I like schedules to work with.
I see that clock right there in front of you. You got
Yeah,
your-
that's for executive session.
Okay.
What, since we're done with the
Thank you.
budget, since we're apparently done with the budget as far as we can go today, unless Wade has something. We got Tom Johnson at 1 o'clock, we got Bobby Skipper at 2. You wanna just work through that noon hour, or?
Let's see, can we move them up?
Yeah.
If we can move them up, I'll move them up.
Would you want to check with Tom to see if Tom's available around 12:10?
Okay.
And then if Bobby, in that 1 o'clock range? Thank you.
No, he was going to. Yeah.
I got KLD written down on that for that day. KLD on August the 6th. Okay. Well, I got EMS there too. You need something else, Wayne?
Go into executive session.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, sir.
Short-term memory loss.
Okay.
This is water, right?
Tom, you can come and send at 12:10, I'll get a hold of Tom.
This is water?
Yeah, okay.
This is coffee.
Tom,
You're good.
Yeah, about 12:10, he'll be here. Oh, Wayne, while you're here, do you want to discuss the?
Oh, yes,
the parking lot?
yes.
And sanitize.
Henry and I were discussing the parking lot here at the courthouse. And I think Angie had started with this probably a year or two ago. And actually, we went out and marked a lot of those spots and they continued to degrade. So you have some spalled areas at the joints. You have some curb and gutter that needs to be removed. You also have some panels that basically need to be removed as well. So there's a lot of concrete work. Not necessarily, it's not to say that the road and bridge can't do it. It's just to say that, once again, that's not really our forte. That's not necessarily something. We try to work on maintenance for the most part and try to keep on our projects that we have already scheduled. But in the past, road and bridge has always been the go-to to take care of a lot of that. But as I understand, some of the directions kind of been, well, maybe we shouldn't be. We should be letting contractors take care of that. And that's perfectly fine. I think that'd probably be a better solution if that's something that you'd like to do. But how we do it, how we accomplish that is, one is we'd have to have a plan and then a bidding process for a contractor to come in. Now, a person can say, well, you can actually have a formal plan that I would draw up and different things like that. Or two, is you could possibly have a meet and greet, and that would be where you do an invitation for bid, and then you have the contractors come out and you spell out, this is what we're expecting, and then give us a price. And, that would be the two options that you potentially would have.
I think we should take the concrete out and asphalt it just like our north driveway. To me, that's a lot better. Concrete just keeps breaking out and breaking out.
It will continue to spall. There's no question about that.
It should have a fairly decent base.
What
They should contract it out, so I think we do.
What you can do that, one is you'd have to hammer out all the concrete, remove it, and then put the asphalt down. But generally how it works is, it's a 1-2 type approach, is when you get concrete that's degrading, like look at 35 Highway, for example, which is a perfect example. You take concrete that's degrading, which is kind of doing the same thing for the most part, is then what you do is you put asphalt over it. Okay, well, that's the death of concrete, is to put asphalt over it. But once you've done it, and you also extended the service life of it for another 5 years or so before you actually have to remove the concrete. Then once you've done that and you start getting the potholes, basically the lifting and different things like that, then you remove all of it and then you put down whatever you want, concrete or asphalt at that point again. But generally that's how it works, is economically, you just put asphalt over concrete when you're wanting to say no more concrete. But on this particular one, you can do, just like on 35, is you'll do the patches. That would be one approach. And then you put the asphalt over it, which is number 2 approach. And then the last one is you take it all out and you start all over again. So taking it out now, you would bypass at least putting the asphalt down on it. You could just put the asphalt down, but the problem in what you're going to have there is the spalled areas are going to reflect right back up through the asphalt unless you put a fabric. You can do this too, is you can actually put a fabric over it, a fabric membrane, but you're going to have at least 2 inches of asphalt over the top of that. Not just one, it would have to be 2 inches.
But if you go in and replace certain sections of concrete,
yeah,
then you've got the solid air, and then you're going to have differences between them and the old one and over the next.
It's going to break again.
I still think things is take all concrete out and asphalt. That would be my thinking.
You can do that.
Can I add one thing? I know across the east side over here of the courthouse, we put asphalt over that concrete because it was heaving and everything. There's been no issues, and that was supposed to be outdated within 3 or 4 years. I mean, it's been out there for, I don't know how many now.
Yeah, that's our, that 1-2 approach that I've talked about is basically how you do that. But I think we put some fabric on those joints.
I don't know
Yeah.
how you guys handled it, but
So-
it's held up real well, just to tell you that.
And that's this would be the time to do
For the
it.
most part, the curbs did good in this, for the most part. So you take out through the curb and you fill it in with asphalt.
You can bust the curb out, and you can put the asphalt in. But once you put 2 inches of asphalt on a 6-inch curb, you're not gonna have too much of a curb left.
But you're gonna take concrete out. You can actually dig it down to where
You can take all the concrete out.
Take all the concrete out.
Yeah. You're gonna have a cost associated with that too.
You're eventually gonna have it anyway. You said 5 years, you're
Eventually.
gonna have it anyway.
Yeah, eventually you'd have to.
And
take
then you're
all
gonna
out.
have the expense of taking the asphalt you just put in.
Yeah.
Out too, so.
But that would have to be all contracted, and we'd have to have all the plans and the specifications and all that, and then a contractor to come in and do all that.
I think contractor would be the way to do it.
Yeah, because we don't lay that type of asphalt. We do our chip seals, but we don't lay hot mix asphalt.
Some companies come in, they'd have that done in today's time. Gone.
For laying the asphalt, they will, but for breaking it out though, you could probably
Right.
see up to a month, probably, to do everything. Then we'd have to move everybody up to Andy's parking area.
Wade, looks like Wade just walked in, but Darrell
Yes.
you only need about 5 minutes, you think?
Yeah, just real short.
Why don't we catch yours real quick, Darrell?
Okay.
We're waiting on Wade to come down and give us instructions into executive session, so.
Okay.
Good morning, what you got?
Yeah, real quick. Every year in the past, we've used the county truck for cleaning the barns and things like that. This year, there's no truck available. So we've gotten a roll-off, and I was just here to request, I guess, the waiver of the dump fees for the roll-off when we get ready to dump it. Would that be possible?
Sure. I have no problem.
I have no problem with it. You're not talking about any big volume anyway, Darrell.
Not a lot, no. I was told I needed to come visit.
Probably have 2 loads, won't you?
It's pretty good sized dumpster, maybe just one at the end. So, and we'll try to keep, I know I visited with Mount Landfill. They said they'd like to use it for compost if we don't put a bunch of trash and stuff into it. So we'll do our best to try to keep all that stuff out, but sometimes people don't want to throw stuff over it. Yeah.
Sound like you're good to go.
So, okay, all right, just needed to get
You
that
still have to
out.
make a motion, Don, to waive the landfill fees for the,
Yeah, we would. Entertain a motion to waive landfill fees for disposing of some product there at the county barn.
I'll make the motion.
Tim has made a motion.
Fairgrounds, not county barn.
Huh?
It's down to fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds, fairgrounds, okay. I'll let Angie correct that.
for the county fair?
For the county fair.
That's fair.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Jesse, second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Motion carried 4-0.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Back to you, Wayne.
Okay, so, I would ask that, if Wade would help me on, going into the executive session for non-elected personnel regarding, employee performance and insurance.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a hybrid. It could be, policy under the attorney-client exceptions. And it's definitely non-elected personnel. So we'll go in under non-elected personnel, 75-43-19B1, myself, the board, and Wayne. And probably 10 minutes is, wouldn't say 10 minutes, Wayne.
10 or 15, however you would like. It is unique.
10.
Wade said 10.
I think 10.
Here's
10
a
or,
motion.
okay.
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
Okay, Tim moved, Bob second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried 4-0. We went 11:54, 10 minutes.
Wade was just wanting to keep you on schedule.
I did want to let you know, too, check with the sheriff's office, that almost, county clerk is all here.
I think it probably was. Thank you.
I'll just look at it and get that.
I'm following you.
Executive session now. They went to go eat. Oh, now let's look at the pot. Oh.
Hello? Are they in executive session now?
Just for 10 minutes. How are you?
In executive session?
About 5 more minutes.
Was it a calm weekend? Yeah, not bad. Nothing major. Nothing too exciting.
I didn't want to get called out or what?
That's good.
Yeah, this is an executive session deal. No. Don't know how that got on there. People called me and said, do you need to put something? I said, no. But they got put on anyway, and
Oh, next time. Call me.
it don't matter. We need to do it anyway, so. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say 20 minutes the most.
Okay.
Yeah, that, I think that was just left on there from the last Monday.
Well, no, it's last 2 weeks, to be on for 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
I got my information, sorry.
That's okay.
So we can probably move Bobby up even before one.
Yeah, I'll text and see if we can.
I'm in. Good afternoon. Whew. Sorry, my phone vibrated while I was on midnight. Bring on the marijuana laws. I was gonna get that today. Thanks. Good stuff, right? Yeah, it's good, yeah. It's something that it's got some pretty decent.
Done.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you, we've got a couple corrections on the agenda.
Couple questions?
Corrections.
Okay,
I was somehow misinformed on what Tom needed to see you for. It's not on the judicial center, it's on personnel matters,
personnel.
and he only needs about 20 minutes.
I just visited with Bobby and told him
And
we may
so,
need him in 20 or 30 minutes.
yeah, and I just messaged him to see if he can come sooner too, so I apologize, I'm not sure what happened there, but
Not a big deal. We are back in session. And Sheriff Tom Johnson, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, men, ladies. I'd like to go into executive session with the county commissioners and Wade and Eric Smith, under sheriff, for issues of non-elected personnel.
I'll second.
Okay, Jesse has moved. Tim is second. For how long?
20 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry, you may have said and I missed it. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0, then 12-10.
Do I need my glasses for this?
No.
No? Go for it, Tim.
Music out loud. The half one, well, the 10, that's not what the school has to do. I tell you, stuff is happening this wrong, that's about it. Yeah. Which is work breaks. Yeah. I kept seeing him in the office and I was like, he ain't. They took off Friday. But still did all stuff. You know what? Some of this Matthew's over there. I almost lived in that. That's not okay. 6 years. I did that. So it's a significant social media presence. That's how they gin up their kids, their customers. So they have this like hipster type bar, internet cafe, coffee shop thing going on there. And when you see them, when they build everything out, you'll understand. So they always get on social media and do like videos and stuff. And they broadcast it to all their contacts. And they network with the kids. They get bigger and they get free spoon if they join their Facebook group and share. So they expand. Yeah. What do you think about the anybody work on that stuff? Yeah. Sounds like it's crazy. That's what we educate. Yeah. They don't have 100% of the department. That's all the department, just ask questions. They seem to be doing really well. That's good. Okay, that's it. So, heard his name first, that's really good. So, call it. More young people make good run. That would be the spot where, you know, I don't know what it is about females between 20 and 45. They love those juice bars. They spend their whole paycheck on fabulous stuff. They use a lot. Of course, I never got it. It wasn't my thing. Yeah. Okay, looks good. Well, we've got a lot of things going on. Pushing. That's the thing. You know, most people, they have one project. Like Tom, he's trying to get that job right. It's hard to do. You know, got a lot to it. But, he's only got one thing to try to sell, one thing to try to push. I'm trying to push 20 or 30 different things at the same time. And part of it is even part of my supporters, the people who want things to happen. They get phone calls from negative Nancy's. And, you know, and they get that out of me. I keep reminding like that's just part of it. And if they can stomach it and grow, they don't have to say you gotta stand in there. You know, but listen to something that's good. If it's good, you get forward with it. That's a real project. It's like we're going through all the incidents, you know. It's a timing process. Have to contact that because you're going to meet an individual person. Overall, you get draw tourism and stuff. Just makes sense, honestly. Somebody's got to do it. I'm surprised that whenever somebody put the effort in. Kind of like country, some counties have more than complicated, but they got those quilt or things, farm close to it. And it's kind of neat. The guy where you can go around and look at the different quilt patterns. That's what you need. I see that. I know some counties have quite a few events, and they do have a dive where you can go there, but I think there's a whole lot in Cobb County that I know there's some. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it changed so slow that you didn't realize it. Didn't look like it. Where did society even come up with some of the stuff that they're showing out there? Crazy. That's about 5 minutes. Almost got lost. We must have a lot of rain up north. Pull that lake back over 16th Road.
No kidding. They're not letting any more water.
town. I went to Opie there Saturday night, and they had, almost 6 inches since like Thursday of last week.
I talked to a guy, Saturday, I talked to a guy from over in Goodwood. He said, man, they had a, you can see how much, he said, we had a buku bunch of rain just last night before.
Yeah, I think
We
Saturday.
didn't have anything.
I was there at 5.
We missed you just a little bit, about 45 minutes. He planted it.
Couldn't have us both in the same town.
One of you planted it. Well, we was in town, that's how the coffee was out there.
Yeah,
What was going on across the street?
Hodges, Jake Hodges' wedding. That's what I did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just, he doesn't regulate it himself. He's also spinal. Spinal bits of it.
Sorry about that. I stepped in and talked to the health department just a little bit. Okay, I mentioned to Bobby, after we found out, Tom's executive session was only gonna be about 20 minutes, that we'd be ahead of schedule. So Bobby, what have you got for us?
Yes, sir. I would request the commission, go into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss the financial affairs and trade secrets of corporation.
I'm waiting.
Yes, sir, with our trade. Yes, sir.
To include you and Wade and the rest of us for 15 minutes,
20.
20 minutes.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
I'm so moved.
Bob is so moved.
All second?
Tim is second. Any discussion, questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carried 4-0. Let's make it 12:40 for 20 minutes.
Oh, it gives us 6 minutes to walk over. Yeah, should be able to do that. Yeah. Might be able to walk backwards.
Wade said he had this, so should we still look at it till next week? I'll bring it up.
Is you part of it, maybe your memory for their budget? I don't know if they can continue to do it that day, I don't know.
Exactly.
Are you charging surcharges on all of it?
Now, we just increased our rates.
It's increasing.
Yeah. Whew. You handed us the capital improvement plan,
That was
you
me.
did? Does that go somewhere in the books?
No, I just put it in there for now, because I didn't know if you wanted to do anything with it since Tom wasn't here, or when that needed to be done, so that's why I put next week's date on it, because I
Okay.
didn't know if everyone needed to be here.
I'll put it upside down right there.
Okay.
Start a new stack. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we are back, and that, to my knowledge, that concludes our agenda that we had for today. Wade, do you have anything for roundtable? Wade is going to step out and make a phone call here pretty soon and get back with us sometime during the roundtable.
So I'm gonna go ahead and just hand you this.
Budget.
Too much going to figure.
He didn't even stop and look at you.
He just kept on moving.
I
didn't he?
mean, my comment, he didn't stop either. No, it's okay. This is it.
So this is, county attorney.
This first one here that Wade gave us is number 7, which is for the county attorney. You know, the actual back in 2020 was 160 personnel calls. There's 169 And because of the extreme workload, we knew that we allowed our county attorney to retain an additional employee. And, you know, what that cost was for the proration of the season, I don't know, but, you know, the projection for 21 was 197,000. Now the request is for 205. So it looks to me like it's well within the range of the 3.5%, 4% that we were looking at. Contractual deals has increased almost identical from a year ago. Commodities almost identical. Capital outlay is identical. So overall resources for the county is 262. That's only an increase of 7,000 over a year ago. So Wade, if you have anything to add to it, to me it looks like everything is well positioned.
One of the items in the county attorney budget, and this is probably more for Tim and Jesse, the judicial branch went with a new program that sort of is, it's called Odyssey, that operates statewide. It still has not been implemented throughout the entire state. Our judicial district went live with it at some point last year. Why is that important to the county attorney's office? It's important because the software that the county attorney's office has here in Coffee County, I had it when I was in Allen County. It's called Full Case and Full Court. Full Court was the court module, Full Case was the prosecutor module. They sort of communicated with each other, and the data that would come into the county attorney's office could be entered, and then when a case was filed, it would automatically go and populate it would save time on the court side as well. Odyssey did not, I don't know what the background and details are, but there's not a prosecutor module for Odyssey. Different prosecutor offices across the state are going with different companies. Some of them are going with paperless providers, some of them are going in completely different directions. Why all of this is important is I've not made the decision on how Coffee County is going to go, because I want to see how things operate once Odyssey is up and running on the court side, and then I can make a decision based on what other prosecutor offices are going. I get mixed results. It is a topic in our conferences, and I put into the budget $25,000 that you'll see has sort of been sitting there last year, and I wanted to make sure it was there in case I needed it. Now, I will tell you, I've talked to other prosecutors in different counties, even surrounding counties, who have went ahead and upgraded, and their cost for the program was around $50,000. So 25 might not even be enough, but I want to have something there. So that's what that's there for. That's why if you look back in time, you'll see that it's just sat there and nothing happened. And I need to have it there in case I need to do something. And, what we have is sort of maybe not life support. So this may be the year where I have to do something. Also, last year's sort of an outlier because conferences and trainings that would normally be in person were not, as you know. So my prosecutor conferences were by Zoom. I think that's going to change. I just had a notification that the fall conference for the Kansas Prosecutors County and District Attorneys Association is going to be in person. And I think it'll be either in Manhattan or Kansas City or Wichita. I think Manhattan. So some of the numbers that didn't move, and you see there's not a whole lot of traction or movement on the figures, that will begin to change once again. And then the last part, Coffee County on the criminal side has had a number of appeals. And appeals have to be paid for some way. So some counties contract with the AG's office, who has an appellate unit, and last time I looked, the AG's office will send a notice to each prosecutor in the state saying, based on the number of cases that you've had that have been on appeal, here's what our fee would be, and I think that's around between $7,000 and $9,000 or something like that. I have someone who I handle the appeal work, and I think they do an exceptional job, and it's not an issue. But Coffee County has several active criminal appeals. Has had several criminal appeals that have gone through the process. I do what I can on my end to help mitigate any of the appeal side of things, but anybody that, it's a right that anybody has. They can appeal anything that happens out of any of the courts, including criminal appeals. So it's just the nature of the work. Outside of that, I have a new employee, Janine Wagner. Today's her first day. Was my selection to take over for now Judge Lori Bashir, who was in the office for a long time. I have a payroll notice, and I'm not sure if you want me to hand that out to you today. A motion to go with it. I have the chairman's name on it, but I guess we could scratch that out and put Don's name on it if you want to move forward with that. But it would correspond with the budget request that includes Janine in that position.
She come from Intro?
She was originally with for the last year, she's been with the district court, and then prior to that, she's with the rec center. She's,
I mean, that's what I meant, she came from.
correct.
So she has had experience and stuff,
She
some experience.
She has some experience. She has sort of a different skill set and background and experience that
I know her very well.
would help, would make her an asset to the position. So because she doesn't have probably as much experience as someone, she doesn't necessarily have a paralegal degree, but she has other education and background and experience that would fit the position. And she's starting out at 45A for that reason, instead of maybe there's the flexibility to go up to B, right?
Just for today, we probably need to act on that.
Yep. I only have the one copy, but it's.
I will make that motion to hire her. She's actually from my district, so I'll make that motion to hire her. And
The motion that Wade has just handed us, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Jamie Wagner, Coffee County office, victim / witness coordinator, new hire, 45A, wage $20.33, effective July the 19th, 2021.
it's not Jamie, Janine.
Janine.
It's
That's what it
Janine.
should say.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did say Jan. It's pronounced Janine?
Janine.
Janine, okay. Entertain a motion. Bob, you move?
Yep.
Entertain a second?
I'll second.
Bob has moved, Jesse a second. Any other discussion, questions? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0. You want me to just sign, you want me to sign this,
Yeah, just sign
Andrew, or
that
you
one.
want to change it?
Nope, just sign that, just write Vice out front of Shannon.
I'm gonna stick this in there and you can punch it.
Same here.
And this is the budget request form, because that's the one that I initialed and
Okay. So this is the identical budget that, anybody got a problem with the budget that Wade has prepared, presented? So as far as I know, it's so accepted, so, yeah, if you want to just punch these sometimes. Wade, I don't need this, because I've got this. I can lay it here on Tom's deal. Did you have the opportunity to prepare a budget for the county council?
I just need to get it printed off.
Okay,
I want to get county attorney taken care of because of the new employee, and it had more paperwork. County councilor was just, it only has myself as the sole occupant of that particular budget, and then the line item was, some of it was taken out and it got added back for a number of reasons that I can explain once I get it in front of you. It's more of a exercise in printing it.
okay. Do you have anything else for roundtable?
The only other thing I'll mention, we had the fence viewing, just to be, Tim and Don were at the fence viewing on Friday. It was at 4:30 in the afternoon. I think we finally left at close to 6. That entire time was not spent dealing with just that particular fence viewing issue. As it relates to the fence viewing issue, there's not anything that could be done or recommended on behalf of the county because we weren't dealing with more information needs to be presented, and the landowner can make another request for a fence viewing at a later date and time. But right now, there wasn't anything that could be done. So there were some other fence that the landowner wanted to have questions answered on, and it mainly deals with the county right of way and the fence sort of adjacent to that right of way. And maybe, probably Bob might be the one in the position right now to know historically, if somebody makes a request to have the right of way marked, is that something the county has done in the past? And that's really what the question was with this particular landowner.
I'm not sure how it is, but I know we dealt with, down toward the Greeley area, we dealt with kind of a fence viewing, and property changed hands. Wayne should have the answer for that.
Okay. And that was originally where this landowner was pointed to, was to speak with Road and Bridge, to contact Wayne to see if that's something that the county will do as a courtesy. And I don't know, because I never dealt with that question. So is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, I think, as we left there, I kind of suggested to him, if the county does perform that service to set 2 pins, he's also going to bring in a private surveyor to set 2 back pins. To me, that second surveyor that he retained is going to start from the same starting point that the county does, which will be a duplication. My suggestion was, retain who he wants to, which is the man here in Burlington, and get all 4 pins set. Because I don't think a surveyor is going to go in out there and say, well, these 2 pins are totally active when somebody else supposedly put them in the right place. Because there was an argument by one party that the pins had been moved, had been surveyed some time back. But who knows whether the pins were moved or whether they weren't. One party said they weren't moved, another party said they were. So, yeah, everything you said was accurate. I've got that down to make a small comment on. So, but that's all taken care of.
And it's the right of citizens in the county if they want to request a fence viewing. That doesn't mean that the county can, that the fence viewers can do anything ultimately. If they can, they will. The hope and the thought idea is that the landowners can work whatever issue out that they have amongst themselves, but there's a statutory mechanism that it meets the prerequisites for the county to get involved and make a legal determination that then they will. And I think there's a past history and precedents that where that's been done. But what landowners need to be aware of is if defense viewers make that decision for them, and that's done in a written document, that document carries with the land. It gets filed with the register of deeds and it becomes a part of that deed. And it has the legal description of what that document means and how it applies and how it carries with the land. So, some people don't know that, they're not aware of that, they think the commissioners just come out and they say, yeah, this fence has an issue, and here's what you need to do with it. They don't understand on the backside, there's a legal component that carries with the land. So, if you have any questions for me, anything?
You still gotta make a phone call?
Again, as far as my part of this, I don't know. Yeah, I'll make my phone call.
Okay, all right. Angie, you have, anything for roundtable?
I have nothing.
We're gonna try to act next week on the 30 by 30.
I'm sorry?
The 30 by 30 should be next Monday.
I know, I think it was temporarily set up for today, but I think that's one deal that maybe all 5 commissioners need to be here, because all 5 will be signing off on that resolution. Okay. Jesse, you have anything?
The other thing I have is possibly something about the new extension building down at Kelly Park. It's been brought to my attention that all that Kelly Park property is annexed to the city. Is there any way, if the county does move forward for the extension building and the fair building, is there something that can be drawn up between the county and the city to deem that building like a 100-year lease or something like that, to put that building under the county versus the city?
You know, we hear about those type of leases all the time, 100-year leases, 80-year lease, whatever it may be. I'm sure something could be done if it would be agreeable between the two parties.
City and the county.
I know the man that talked to me, I attended the meeting in the library here last Thursday night on the jail project. And there were probably 25, 30 people there. I thought there might be a little more there than 25, 30, and there's quite a few of them law enforcement. But after that meeting's over, a citizen talked to me about it. That building that we're talking about tearing down, to him, and I don't want to technically speak for him, but then again, it is an issue now. It's got a historical value, although it was only built in 1940, the main building, and the lean-to was built afterwards. But he's got some very, very strong feelings about why that building needs to be come down and needs to be replaced by another building. Like I suggested to him, I didn't realize that building had historical value to it. I've been in it every year at the fair time. But I questioned, and I asked him if the historical society had looked at it, and he said he didn't know. So right now, my thought is probably ought to, set time without taking any action until we do some more discovery.
Well, that was my only thing, we want it to where the 4-H kids have it 100% whenever they need it, they got it, and not have it wrapped up with some other deal, and so that was my thinking. And then I know Bob had mentioned something about, like family reunions or high school reunions or something like that, renting it out, which is fine and dandy as long as there's not a 4-H deal to be had that even, So like I say, I don't want to be able to invest the taxpayers' money on something that's sitting on city property, and the city can close the gates and not allow anybody in.
But technically, the city shouldn't even let us touch it since it's their property.
Right. So I think there's some more traffic, fact finding to come out on that. Just my 2 cents. That's all I got.
Well, I know, when Warren and I talked about it the other day, I'm not sure he knew who owned the property, and I guarantee you, I didn't know who the property is, so Right now, we just need to do some more discovery before we take major action, in my opinion. Anything else, Jess?
Nope, I'm good.
Bob, do you have anything?
No, I've had probably the same person talk to me. And I'm with Jesse on, we need to, and extensions also made this, it needs to be controlled by the extension, not by the city. And I'm fully 100% on that. As far as the building, our conversation was, we kind of ended with the fact, changes are, yes, it's an old building, they don't build buildings like that anymore, but of what value is it the way it is? So I'm not in favor of holding up the project for the building. I'm in favor of holding it up for the fact of who's gonna have control of it. That's my only place of holding it up.
Do we need to direct Wade to be in touch with the city of Burlington? Because there needs to be some communication.
There's gonna have to be some legal work done. I mean, there's gonna have to be.
If nobody has any problem, I could visit with Wade afterwards and have, because there's gotta be some legal, some discovery done, and we don't know what the city's gonna say.
Yeah, my only other thing I had on it was, has it ever flooded? That is my question. The building that is there now, has it ever?
That high would be flooded, it's on the high ground, I'm sure.
My understanding, water runs into it, so that's not flooded, water runs into it.
Runs off of the.
But I also had a fair board member tell me that building actually belongs to the fair board. It doesn't, it's not city property, but the building belongs to the fair board, so then again, I think we need to figure out just who, because we've got more people claiming it. But that's all right.
Yeah, but we talked before, it was the other day, you asked me a question about flooding. I think that's when the flood water gets up there, they get in those livestock barns down below. It probably could trickle up into them a little bit, but that building's awful high.
Yeah.
If it gets there, we're all in trouble. We're in a lot of trouble. I did talk to Phil. Who is a Jared Gilmore Phillips auditor, which I don't know whether Jesse, you or Tim have visited with Phil or seen him before. He will be here in 2 weeks, 3 weeks to do our budget.
Next week.
Next week, do the budget. I asked him about the audit report that had been requested by our county treasurer since Karen is accepted another position the first or second week in August. And Phil assured me that this list that Karen requested was totally a great list to work with. And he didn't foresee any expansion on anything that was here. Now, if they happen to discover something, they may want to reach out a little bit into something else. But Phil said Karen did a good job putting this together. Good. So, and he told me he'd be here in a week or two, but I didn't. He said it's a bad time of the year to do a particular audit because we're doing all the budgets now. He probably told Andrew the same thing. He did assure us, since he's technically employed by the commission, he did assure us, if they need to reach out a little bit, they'll absolutely do that, make us aware. The last couple of times we visited with Karen on our tax sale, I called and talked to a man by the name of Chris at the firm in Wichita, and I don't remember the company name now. I talked to him last on July 14th. We started out with 38 parcels. It was posted in the paper for 3 weeks. He hadn't received a final list or how many had been paid in the last 3 or 4 days before the 14th. But the last list he had, our parcels have been paid down to 29 for a total of $320,000. That's all that's left. And he said chances are there's going to be a few more unpaid since then. The question we had about having to reprint, if they got wrong names on them, wrong legal, or any other descriptions that might not have been totally perfect, he said he assured me that will not hold sale up. They will proceed ahead as planned. The final parcels in the sale will take place mid to late August. The final parcels, there'll be a journal entry, and Wade can probably fill me in more on that. I don't know all the laws, but there'll be a journal entry made, and be published, and that will have to be published 3 times in the paper, which hopefully will be late August, early September. Then it proceed ahead, finalized, but there will be a journal entry. But Chris said that right now it's full speed ahead, and he said it's great that a lot of our parcels have been paid for, so. I had somebody talk to me last week and Wade was gonna make a telephone call and whether that was able to happen or not, I'm not sure, but here in the last few days, it has brought to my attention that we've got 8 or 9 virus, people in Coffee County that's got the virus. And I talked to Dr. Sawyer this morning because he's our doctor that we work with, because I asked him what his thoughts were, since we hadn't received any notification from our county. You know, I just assumed that our virus cases here in the county was 0 or near 0. But evidently it's been 6, 8, or 9 now for several weeks. That number probably varies a little bit. So I did talk to Dr. Sawyer and ask him what he thought our responsibilities were as being commissioners. To me, we need to be totally transparent to our people. And with nothing being sent out, and I hope that word nothing's correct, from the county, to me, it's sending out the wrong message. You know, we got school starting up. We got a lot of activities happening here in the fall. You know, nobody's wearing a mask, and that's not mandated. But to me, our citizens need to be, they need to realize that we've still got viruses going on. We got 9 now. 4 of them are people that's had the shots. Either 2 of them or 2 others are in the hospital. But I don't know, I haven't talked to any of the commission. I have no idea what your ideas are. This virus is still here. This Delta, what I've been reading, is somewhat worse than what the other is. And apparently the shot's not stopping everything, but to me, we still need to send a message to our citizens that there are virus, we have people with virus in their Coffee County. They totally need to respect everybody's health, distances, and if they choose to wear the mask, that's their choice. And I did talk to Lindsay, that's where I was back on a break there for 8 or 10 minutes. The information is available through some state.
KDHE.
Something.
KDHE.
But nobody, to my knowledge, people haven't been notified of that. A lot of people don't take the time to do it. But, you know, my feeling is we need to be more transparent with the people than what we are because of the seriousness of the issue.
I talked to Lindsay this morning about it, and Dr. Sawyer actually came in at that time, and his recommendation at that time to Lindsay was link KDHE's website to our deal. Evidently KDHE's and ours don't always match.
Yeah.
They're the official one, so his recommendation was to just link their website to our website, and people can go on there and click on there and get the facts from KDHE. And I'm okay with that. I'm not against being transparent, but I don't want to put people in scare modes by threatening them and telling them, you and I have different agreements on this, and I don't want to put people in scare mode. So I think that I think by linking it to them, they can get what is officially from the state.
I mean, to me, Bob, my suggestion is it's not putting a fear out there. They still need to be aware of the seriousness of the situation. When I talked to Dr. Sawyer this morning, he was going to visit with Lindsay, and I didn't get a chance to visit with Lindsay. I came in an hour early, and just so happened I got tied up on everything. And I respect Lindsay and the part, but to me, we just need to be more transparent. How we get to that point, I'll accept how we get there. But so many of our citizens don't know, they don't know about that.
Well, it's not talked about like it was. You know, the COVID numbers is not talked about
I hadn't heard it.
as public or on the news as it once was upon a time. You know, so it's being, I don't know if you want to call it played down by the media, but it's surely not the headliner anymore. It sure seems like it's kind of just vanishing.
It isn't, but maybe it needs to be brought back.
The
up.
virus isn't vanishing, but the discussion and the everyday CDC and all this other stuff that they've had for the last year is kind of went into mute mode.
It has to a point, but just like over the weekend, there's 26 states that the virus levels have spiked up to the March levels. So it, and like I said, that's just my opinion. So, Wade, were you able to discover anything or?
No, sir.
Okay. So,
But I think,
can we get that website?
I think that Lindsay had agreed with Dr. Sawyer that that's what they needed to do, was link their website to the county so people can get the facts from the state.
How do we get that message out to our people?
We just did.
Yeah, to the 25 or 30 that listen. See, that's where the problem is. We're transferring to 100 people and there's 8,000 people in the county. And I'm not saying it's a problem, Bob, but to me, that is a little bit of an issue.
Well, I don't know why you couldn't put a mail route and put something out in the mail.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just think we gotta be more transparent. That's just like Lyon County, it was all over the news last night for the spike that they've got up there. And like I said, I'm not trying to overblow it, because I don't, but to me, we're not scaring people, we're just making people aware. And we got a responsibility to keep people aware and notified. So, Angie, you got any ideas on how we get a?
Well, you probably would want to talk with Lindsay, to see if she wants to mail something out, or, I mean, you can put them on the website, you know, our county website.
Her and I, we talk, I won't speak for her. So.
Oh, right, but I'm just giving you ideas. I mean, they could put something in the newspaper.
But hopefully Mark will, hopefully Mark will pick this up.
I think the health department has a Facebook account for whatever that's worth. If a lot of people follow, I think you would probably get, they might be able to get, if they put it on there, they probably get most of the people who really care
And
one
we
way
can
or
put it on
another.
the county Facebook link too.
But most of the people who, if they're not looking, probably, well, there's a few people like me, but if they're not looking at that Facebook, they probably really don't care what's going on anyway.
Well, the other side of it is, when they don't see nothing, they just anticipate it all being zero. And the numbers are not zero, guys. Especially if you got 9 cases now, 4 of them had the shots. And
Yeah,
2 were in the hospital.
I want to know that explanation.
Pardon?
I want to know that explanation.
2 of them are in the hospital. 2 on that. The worst cases they had, and 2 of them are in the hospital.
And
they
they've
had
had
the shots.
shots. Yeah, I'd like to know some studies on that.
So it's here to stay for a while.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Angie, would you want to visit, since you know how the communication link all works here, would you want to visit with Lindsay just a little bit, see if they can put something out for us?
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well, I got down to my last one. Andrea, didn't mean to put you to the last, but you're at the end of the table.
No, that's all right. Just a couple things. I missed the end of the parking lot discussion. So was that decided to bid on the parking lot now, or for the repairs of the courthouse parking lot?
I don't think any final decision was made on that, other than we got some repairs that need to be done, and probably be done by an outside contractor, rather than Coffee County employee, Road and Bridge. Because somebody's gonna have to set up a complete contract deal to know how many square feet needs to be replaced, how many linear feet. We didn't get into who's gonna prepare that document to get bids.
Wayne said something about he would have something he'd have to do, I thought.
Okay.
That's kind of where I thought it would left.
Yeah, you'd have to print up a bid document so you can put it out for bid.
Yeah.
You know, or two different scenarios,
Yeah.
total removal, or come in and do a patch job, or come in and just do an overlay. And I think the person did an overlay, I bet it'd last 15 years, especially if you put
Like maybe we had good luck up front.
Yeah.
These spots that are marked out there have been marked for 2 years. Most of them have.
I think the person goes in and puts felt down and does a 2-inch overlay on it with asphalt.
Don't get a lot of weight in
You
there.
ain't getting any weight, you know?
And you don't get fast traffic either.
No.
That being said, you're suggesting to overlay the whole thing like the library, like the museums did?
Go in and felt it, and put in 2-inch overlay. Yeah, your curb is you're gonna lose 2 inches on your
You're
curb.
gonna lose 2 inches.
But-
That's what we did at the museum, and it turned out.
You don't drive on the curb.
Yeah, you're not supposed to drive on the curb, so.
And if you hit them, you're not gonna go over it. But
Well, and it probably saves some people's front ends. Spoilers
yeah,
underneath
as low as
them.
these cars are now.
I mean, I think it'd last, you know, you're gonna spend, to go in there and totally remove and redo, you're probably looking at, what, $200,000
I'd say at least.
You probably want to go up, I imagine.
roughly, you know, and
Not that you guys care about my opinion too much or anything, but that is the direction I was leaning, was to just do an overlay back before all the changes. I thought it would be more cost effective for the citizens.
And it looks like it's worked up front.
yeah. Yeah, and then Bob did bring up, we get that judicial center out there, you're gonna lose half the traffic.
It's gonna last a whole lot longer, so I think that's probably the way to go.
I think it's gonna be the cheapest way to go.
Henry, what else?
Wolf Creek training for the commission. Amber was thinking maybe sometime during the meeting on August 2nd, if everyone's gonna be here on that day, or if the agenda, if that's already filling up on August 2nd. About an hour she would need from everybody.
All at once.
And that's kind of a training session,
Right, for the Wolf Creek drills.
because we're set up for the August 8th.
August 18th is the.
August 18th is the actual.
Right, so she was hoping that maybe there's some time, and if everyone was gonna be here on August 2nd.
Yeah, so far, there's not much, but it can fill up by.
Okay, I'll get with her then if that's a good date.
Might as well mark it down.
Do you want to put it for 1 o'clock?
August
1
2nd.
o'clock?
If in case it does fill up, if you have enough time.
When's Phil gonna be here to do the budget? Because that'll take some time.
It should be Monday, I'm verifying that.
Will it be this next Monday?
It should be. I think that's what we had it scheduled for, so I'm gonna verify that. I can let you all know.
And my only other thing was the flags out front. Barb had noticed that we're getting kind of battered. So we're looking at getting new flags, and I was gonna see what, if we get new flags, the POW flag and the American flag, what to do with the existing flags. If we take them,
Give the Boy Scouts, because they do a
Retirement.
retirement every so often, they do a retirement.
okay.
And Andrew, we may have a couple left in our office that we need to get you, that you wouldn't have to order right away,
Okay, I
so.
think Barb checked
But it's
before and then Terry was gonna look into ordering up through the Amazon account for that week. I'm pretty sure she checked, but I'll double check again. So. And I think the rest we've already kind of covered with other things. So I think that's all I have. I think that's it.
Vouchers are still set for the 28th this month on a Wednesday?
Yes.
Oh, Don, I'm sorry, I did have this, so this letter that Karen brought down then from, for that audit that needed signed, so did you want to wait until next week when that auditor is here then to sign the paper that I passed on that Karen brought down?
Oh, I guess there is a signature on there.
That's the one you passed on?
It's got a place to sign, I don't, and she said it would probably need a motion then, if there is a cost. It says 25.
One not to exceed 2,500.
Can we just wait till next week and Jared's, when Phil's here?
Okay.
Ask him.
I wouldn't think that'd be a problem if waiting until next week for Phil to be here, because he knows he's gonna do it, so.
Okay.
Any final things for roundtable? If not, adjourn at 1:45.
Second.